Mic check. 1 2 1 2. We get some water and we'll get started. Right, I'm all hydrated up. Well, not hydrated, but I have water. Check, check. Dropping any frames. I need to get music working. It's, of course, there's a update. To find the royalty-free music so we don't lose audio later. Nope, that's not it. Music is working right there. I think we're good. Hello, everyone. Thanks for hopping in. I see Down Under Maker, Cody Drakars, and R Squared K3D. Thanks for hopping into the stream. We're going to be continuing. I'm really hoping we can get this build. This is the FORMBOT Trident R1 kit. I hope we can get it almost buttoned up and get the enclosures on so I can print some of the parts that require the print space. Basically, I don't have a printer that can print some of the parts like the side skirts, which are a little bit bigger than the V0, and I didn't want to glue those together. I've glued together quite a few of the other parts, but let's see, I've got a little bit of a checklist going. That music seems a little loud to me. I'm gonna drop it down to like 42 decibels. Nope, it's not responding to my Go XLR. Let me see. Mixer. I just updated Spotify and now it doesn't output to the right Go XLR thingamajigger. Output device music. There we go. All right, this is peaking out at 42 decibels for the music. If you can hear the music, let me know. But yeah, I've got a checklist of stuff we want to do, including pushing some actual plastic. Let's see, we're gonna do some basic tuning like E-steps calibration, first layer. I need to tune the belts. I've got the PF Maker belt tuner here for that. We need to get a nozzle wiper installed. I printed out like 4 or 5 and kind of dry fitted them and also wrote a little bit of a macro. But I think I'm gonna go with this one. I'll explain why later. I've got LEDs. I found some daylight and disco LED compatible mounts, printed those out. These I glued together. I have to actually break them into 3 parts and glue them together. But once we get this enclosed, it's going to be a lot harder to get some of the stuff hooked up. So I figured we might as well do it while we still have the panels off. Let's see, inverted electronics panel. I printed out this little thing that will be VHB taped to the top of it so you can get the panel out and access the inverted electronics. Spool holder I already have mounted, and we've got some Polymaker PLA on here to test out things until we get it enclosed. We might be able to get the panels done. I've pre-done some work there, including getting some of the points, some of the magnetic mounts. I found a set of magnetic panel clips I liked. Chris from Chris's living room workbench used them in his 2.4 build, and most of that stuff works on the Trident as well. So I printed those out, and different spots use 1mm foam versus 3mm. So we're gonna see if I printed things out correctly, and then we might config the Nomi because it's just been a white instruction screen. But yeah, let's see. How's the music sound? Let me make sure Chat Ninja's working. Yep. Phil Down Under Maker was talking about astrology photography, and we've had some like pretty moons recently, and I wish I had a setup too to be able to kind of easily get stuff set up outside and be able to print, or excuse me, snap some photos. That's about as far as I've gotten. It's just photos of the moon with not a telescope, but yeah, it's a cool hobby. So I'm trying to figure out where to start. Let's start out with the nozzle wiper. So if I go to this guy, so last stream we got it homing, we made sure all the access worked. I did have an issue with the stepper driver, that might have been 2 streams ago, where the slot that it was supposed to go in, that port just didn't work, so we just moved it over. That was like one of the Z-Access guys. I'm a little worried about not having macros set up, so I think we'll have to manually make sure everything make sure everything is the nozzle's clean and all that kind of stuff. But eventually, I think after doing it manually 3 or 4 times, I'll be able to build a macro and build it into my start print. Don't take still images, take video, and then you can use some software to make the images crisp. I've seen people use that technique because in the past I've had to do long exposures with a really stop down aperture, like f the highest it'll go, and then put a sandbag on my tripod so that it doesn't shake. But then you can't take it too long of exposure, or else the moon and or stars will actually start to create star trails, and you might not want that effect. But I've watched some tutorials. I've seen some people do some very cool time lapses, which I kind of want to set up and do, where you can do the star trails over like a building or something like that. I live near a college campus, so that would be a really cool effect if I could figure that out. But light pollution is also a bit of an issue. So yeah, let's get started with, I think, the nozzle brush. So this is the model I went with. It's got magnets on the bottom and then like a little purge bucket, so you can do a purge if you want. I'm not sure if my macro will do that. I think I used ChatGPT to help me write a very, very quick bare bones macro for the nozzle wipe. I basically dry fitted it. It mounts to the actual the bed post in the back here. I printed out about 4 of these, so you can see I tried this one at first, and it is meant to mount to the bed, but then it's very high and it's very far back. Because we have tap, that pushes the nozzle forward quite a bit, so we actually don't have very much over travel in the back of the bed at all. So if I move it all the way back, it's maybe 3 millimeters off the back of the bed, as opposed to when you don't have tap, it's like a whole 15 to 20. So AT brush is what I run on all my stuff. I'll check that out. Cody, make a note. AT brush. And Hey, Mad Dog Jeff. I'm doing well. Thanks for hopping in the stream. Let's see. I printed out this guy, but this gets mounted to this back center post, and it stays static while the print bed moves. And again, I didn't want to have to print out two pieces. I'd rather it just be attached to the back of the bed. So didn't go with this one. And this one was very, very close to the back of the bed, but it didn't have a spot for these. I'm using one of the bamboo knockoff silicone brushes. So I decided to go with this guy. We need to adhere it on and then adjust the macro. But I've already got some pre-nuts pre-installed. T-nuts pre-installed. Pre-nuts pre-installed. You guys can't see from that angle. Let's try this one. Like half of this is just me trying to figure out the best way. Oh, I can turn on this camera. All the cameras. Current webcam. Why you no worky, camera? There we go. Can I get a good angle for you guys to be able to see? Maybe if I... Yeah, that's okay. What fell off? A T-nut. Where'd it go? Both T-nuts fell off. And then we need to go back to... into... You're doing yourself dirty with Tap, just move to Cardo. Similar. Yeah, you've been singing the praises of Cartographer. I'm trying to build make the build as close to stock as possible, and then kind of do another post where I share what I've moved to and why. I figured, you know, some people will already know about all this stuff and know that it's probably proper or best to go to Cartographer, but some people are going to be buying the kit on fixed budgets, and just give them an idea of what things are, you know, like initially with the kit. Relatively stock. I've obviously done some mods already, but your words have been heard. So it just screws in back here. I guess I could have rotated it and then done the top down. These are using a lot of these mods are now using the hammerhead nuts, and they're a little bit of a pain in the butt. The other thing I liked about this one is it acts as a little bit of a bed alignment stop, so I can push it back into it and then let it fall. But yeah, just with magnets, that purge bucket will pop up there. We'll see if I end up using it. The macro has if the temperature is at a certain temperature, extrusion temperature, to try to purge, but we'll see. And then I need to stick this guy to it. And then we'll have to adjust the... So it's got kind of a large surface, so I think it can account for a lot of different brushes and stuff. Yes, I think that'll work for a first stab at things. Tighten that all the way down. I might reprint the bucket in yellow as well. $35 USD versus hassles and headaches and waiting a million years for a bed mesh. This build is coming along nicely. Thank you. I'm really liking the color scheme. I might change out a couple parts, and then eventually we're going to switch to revision 2. So we'll see. But I guess we'll keep it there. Go to desktop, and if you guys haven't seen this home, hopefully everything works relatively well. We ran into a little bit of problem during the build. I didn't see any instructions on how to or where to mount the Y end stop. It's mounted underneath here. But that's working, and then I can run Z-tilt. I have had some issues where if the bed is too askew, one of the rods or corners is much lower than the others, it'll fail to activate when it does whatever the typical drop is, but I usually just have to turn the lead screw by hand to get them relatively close. I kind of played with the length of this CAN cable and got it so that in each corner it'll, you know, it won't get in the way. It kind of folds up back here. We'll see. Stock at first makes a ton of sense for a build block. Yeah. There's some stuff I didn't do stock, like the inverted electronics. Obviously, it's not a stock mod. Trying to think of anything else. This Z umbilical kind of setup I have is not stock. So we've got this Z umbilical plus a little bit of a fence like Steve had. I'll eventually sleeve these cables as well. I don't know, chains just kind of frustrate me sometimes. For the Z chain, you know, there's little risk of having a break, and it's pretty easy to replace if you need. Color reminds me of GMC Power Tools. Not sure if they have the brand in the US. GMC makes me think of the General Motors brands. My Trident occasionally gets too much tilt. I was thinking the screws weren't beefy enough. Maybe it's normal. Rebel Shadow, welcome. Thanks for hopping into the stream. Okay, so that was a pretty quick thing. Then if I bring up desktop, in macros, I approximated where I thought that this guy would be. This guy meaning the nozzle brush position, and it's at about 254 or 253 in the Y. And then at the X, it's about 200 to 164. So we're gonna try this macro. It also has a optional purge if the temperature is at a purge temperature. I don't know exactly what the perfect sequence is going to be, because you need the bed to be, or excuse me, you need the nozzle to be at like 150 in order to probe, but you also want to have cleaned the nozzle before you probe. So it seems like we're going to be having to do some heating and then cooling down and a little bit of waiting with that type of stuff. So I put in some presets. Let's preheat. It's rare once it's all set up for the bed to get more than a couple millimeters off drop. I think I moved it down by hand a couple times is what the issue is. Clipper screen makes setting those kinds of exact placements nice. Yes, I've been using the LCD quite a bit. I've never had a 5-inch display, and it's pretty nice to have. What do I want to make the B cam? Small desktop back on. So we're getting heated up. Bed's almost at 50. Yes, all the ceramic cartridge type heaters heat up very, very quickly. And cool down pretty quickly as well. So let's home again. So before I set my Y, I changed to either the in stop or the, oh, did I pass Y? Yes, so for the stepper Y, I changed the position in stop and position max to 253. So I basically homed it, then told it to go all the way back as far as possible. No, I homed Y and had it stay there, and then I had it move forward 250, and it was 3 millimeters off in the front, so I moved it, the in stop position, back 3. I don't know if that's the best way to do it, but that, if I go to 253 now, I can actually make it touch the brush. We'll see if I can get a view of that, but let's look at it from the top, and I'll run this macro. So it's not above 180, so it shouldn't try to purge. But clean nozzle. Let me run that again. It's a little off. Okay, I calculated it from the left part. Let's see. Get some more light down here. Switch to this guy. Can you guys see that at all? It's like shaking the whole Lazy Susan. And focus where I want you to. I could slow down the movement a little bit to make it a little bit easier to see. I need to tweet out that we're live and post it on all the places. I got disconnected. Reconnection. I assume if I reconnected, that means I was disconnected. What's the stream health look like? Everything okay? I got a notification from OBS that I reconnected. Don't know why. Okay, so let's heat up the nozzle to like 200. Should be enough for PLA. Still so far ahead of me. Finished Clipper install, tool, MCU boards, but not config yet. One thing I did wrong was I used an old version of the config. I don't know how I ended up there on YouTube, but my monitors do the shut off thing again. Every stream now. This time it happened really, really early. I think my USB is failing and then coming back. Hey, LTS Designs. Jeez. This is frustrating. Maybe I'm saturating my USB. It's blinked, all my monitors have blinked on and off about 4 times now. Usually they eventually recover. Sorry about this. I might have to restart my computer. Maybe we're okay now. All right, fingers crossed. So, turn. You're doing inverter electronics. I like it. I'm going to be in a very tight spot where I'm not going to be able to pull the printer out to flip it over and do stuff, but it might be display drivers. But I heard some ding dings. I don't know if you guys could hear those. The USB. I actually have one of my monitors on a USB to an HDMI to USB adapter, so maybe that's failing. But now I have to go back and reinitialize my desktop scene. Which is blank. Desktop. Oh, as soon as I clicked it, it just worked. It wouldn't work before that. Okay, you guys can see the small desktop. If I run the macro again, it should try to purge, and we'll see if we actually hit the bucket. Oh, I don't have any filament loaded. But it did go over the bucket and try to purge. So it looks like that at least kind of works. But can you guys see it's like shifted over 50 millimeters to the left when it tries to wipe the nozzle. So I'll have to adjust that. Let me do it one more time. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should that work as like a basic, make sure the nozzle doesn't have a giant blob on it before using tap? All the ones I'm building are going into a print farm, so we want to have, yeah, that's kind of my thing. I don't have a farm, but I don't have enough space to kind of like be able to easily pull it out, flip it around, keep it plugged in, test stuff, so on and so forth. Let's load up some filament. I'm gonna have to kind of learn about running tap kind of live. We're doing it live. So we have this Bowden tube, and I have the Bowden tube mount that goes in the back here somewhere. I don't know if many people use this. It's in the build. Excuse me, it's in the SLA parts. So I assume it's supposed to come off the spool to be partially unwinded. Go back. Into the PTFE tube, and then they have like this little funky loop thing that happens. It like loops around under and in, and then connects to the nozzle. So it's a very long filament path. I don't know if we're going to be able to pass through the filament sensor all that easy. I'm going to keep it long for now. Oh, that wasn't too bad. And let's see if it'll actually... let's move... Oh, I have to home again. I did the loop on your 2.4 and it gave me nothing but trouble. Okay. I was going off of the actual like Voron CAD file. It has that loop in the back, but if it seems like it's kind of silly, then maybe I won't. I probably won't. Let's go down a little bit so we don't. Oh, so I have to, here's where I have to wait for the nozzle to cool down to 150 before it'll do the, this is a 250. Oh, let me pause the stream. Maybe that was causing some issues. So, I'm not sure if you guys can see on the desktop. The tap config says that it can only try to home when the nozzle temp is at 150. So I had it at 200, so now it has to drop to 150 before the homing can finish. And then I told it to extrude, and it's not going to be able to extrude. $200. Look for a side-mounted spool holder and mods for the Bowden tube holder so it doesn't have to loop out of the top. Gotcha. You don't need the motor power to. You don't need to motor power to power loop. At least the way FORMBOT has the drivers. There's a cyborg kit and loop twist the filament, which makes it hard for it to line up with the tool head. Yeah. Okay, so I'll just have to cut this shorter and find a path that works. Seems like there's a lot of suggestions out there. All right, so now if I move the Z down, it already did it a little bit, and extrude 50 millimeters a couple times. Assuming it's touching the gears. Make sure it is. Yeah, I was having a hard time getting down to the actual feed gears. Go. Screw it again. Now it's actually starting to move the filament. But you know, this would be good for somebody who buys the kit stock and doesn't really know that you probably shouldn't follow the exact guide. This is also using, you know, CANBus, and the stock printer does not. But we have some extrusion. We push plastic. Stock does not have the filament sensor. That's another FORMBOT. And I'll probably end up taking this off. But I wanted to, you know, show people what it did. All right, so now we have filament loaded up. There might be a little blob of filament on the nozzle. Let's run the macro. Be the better view for that. Well, technically my home I guess this initial home doesn't matter all that much. It's got to drop down below 150. Do you guys keep that? Anybody who's running tap, do you FORMBOT did not have Nomi. Sorry, that is another of my mods. But this whole, you know, having to drop the nozzle temperature down to 150 before homing is seems a little restrictive. Like you've got to get the order of operations with your macros very correct, or else you just have to sit here and wait for the nozzle to cool down every single time you want to home. Unless I'm thinking about something wrong. Cartographer needs the nozzle temp to drop as well? Okay. Gotcha. So I guess it's something I'll need to get used to even if I want to switch. So there's filament on the nozzle right now. But I can't run my nozzle clean until I've homed, but I need the nozzle to be clean, the home. I feel like I'm, you know, chicken egging right now. So we've homed, we want to go up to 200. So I'm kind of building a print start macro in my head. And then once we're at 200, I'll run the nozzle clean again. I think I can just do it up here. Yeah. It's purging. And there is still filament on that nozzle. Oh, it hit the edge of the bed sheet. Bed sheet's a little too far back. I wish Voron's had bed alignment something or another. Like I would not be able to do this with the ABS print. It's very stuck to the... That could be a good view. You're not using a print start from a better print start macro. I looked at it, but it had to have a lot of stuff set up that I did not have set up yet. Why are you not focusing when I tell you to focus? Turn off autofocus. Do you know what I mean? Like it said, you need to make sure you have this, this, and this in order for this to work. And I don't have some of that stuff set up yet. That's the purge. And that's the nozzle clean, and it's like not getting far back enough, and it's just literally sticking to the nozzle. So that's a little bit of a fail. Maybe that initial kind of fail is causing some issues. That was a little bit better. But can you guys see that I can't go back in the Y any further back from this? Which bed alignment mod do you guys like? I know there's a mod where you drill and tap holes in the back and then people put washers on the back. It's a bit dated. I'll have to, you know, figure out what I want to do. I think the first one hit the edge of the bed sheet and then clumped up on the nozzle, and then all the subsequent ones were causing a little bit of issue. But it's purging about, I think, 20 millimeters of filament. Yeah, that's as much Z travel as I have. There's no way to shift the bed forward on R1. Once I switch to R2, I think there's a way to shift. But no, the bed has to come back for R2 in order to be able to use index, right? Aren't some of the R2 changes such that it moves the bed back so you get more? But I guess you wouldn't be using tap if you were going to put index in, so it's maybe a little here nor there. All right, let me look at this one more time. Yeah, it barely prints off the edge of the bed, or extrudes off the edge of the bed, and barely reaches the nozzle, or excuse me, the wiper. Just worth noting, you have to make changes to it to keep it current. Okay, the better print start moves the X, Y, and Z. I'll have to figure it out once, you know, I want to get a little bit of printing done. So let me open Orca and do a little bit of a whole bed print. Last week I ran, you know, the probe calibration and a bunch of stuff like that, so that should all be good. But now my Orca is not loading. It's just a black box. Close program. Cancel. Close. Okay, this time it wants to load. Maybe it wants to load. I don't use this for slicing very much, only like when I'm at it, so it's in light mode, so sorry for your eyes. So I already put in I modified the print start G-code. The stuff that was in there was doing a lot, so I just took it down to this pretty bare bones one. I was driving when you were talking about your USB issues. You may need to go into the device manager for that USB root host and disable power management. That's a good idea. Yeah, if it tries to switch something into like low power mode or something like that, it can cause stuff to jack up. So this is my print start right now. It literally does nothing extra besides set the extruder and the bed temperature. Before, the default Voron profile had a lot more stuff in there, but I thought it was kind of maybe fouling things up a little bit. And then my current print start macro, it had a very basic one in here. I should use this thing over here. I wish it would, when you click on one of these things, I wish it would scroll it into view more. So we do M104, M140. We set the layers, or excuse me, the variables. We wait for the bed. We make sure it's probe temp before we try to home. We'll mesh calibrate. Move it down 20. And then reset to absolute or relative. No, what does it do? It goes to absolute and then we reset it to relative. So that's not a very particularly great print start, but the one that was in there was literally just like home and nothing else. So but let's, oh, this not dark mode is hurting my eyes. I'm trying to right click to add a primitive and it's, oh, you have to be here. Add primitive, cube. scale. Let's go 200, 200. Oh, well, it's all uniform scale. And then 0.2. And we're using generic PLA. Should it work? Chromatic CC, welcome to the stream. Thanks for hopping in. So this will be the first print, I think. And then we can start working on some panel stuff. So any reason I shouldn't send it? I think we're gonna send it. It doesn't include the nozzle cleaning yet. I need to add the nozzle clean macro to the print start, but I'm just not sure where to do it yet. So I'm gonna manually pick the booger off this guy. I guess if we go back to that, you know, pretty bare bones print start, where would you guys suggest the nozzle clean macro to go? So M40 or M140 and 104 will start them heating up, but won't prevent everything else from happening. It waits for the bed, so like the whole temperature. Eventually I can put a macro in here or a check to make sure that we're at our desired chamber temp. We're starting. Did you lose me? No drop frames. Is everything all right? Let me play the stream. Checking the stream on my end. It homes again. Nozzle clean before tap for Z home. Now it's doing the bed mesh. Let's see. Nozzle clean before tap for Z home and then Z tilt. Stream is fine here, which is weird for this week. Yeah, I think Google's having some issues in different regions. All right, so we got our bed mesh. I'll let you guys see that in a bit. I'm gonna bring up the device screen so I can I'm gonna give it a big Z offset just to start. So I'm just gonna jack that up. So it's gonna be a little high, I would expect. I usually home XY, then nozzle clean and move on. Okay. I think we had some oozing because we're not getting filament yet. How about that? It's very, very high because I jacked it up. So let me move it back down. I just didn't want to scratch the bed on the first print. But we're printing. How's that sticking? Okay. We haven't done pressure advance or E-steps or anything, so it might not extrude all that perfectly, but we have a printing printer. Honestly, me moving it up to having a couple lines be a little high and then moving it down is working out surprisingly okay. If there's a view you prefer, let me know. I have two macros for QGL and Z-tilt. One is, of course, a big, with a big lift to prevent nozzle gouging, then a fine one with 2mm lift. Okay. Do any of you guys have your configs uploaded to like GitHub somewhere where people can kind of just take a look at them? I'd love to peruse them and just see the order of operations that you guys do. That's actually looking not too bad for like not having done anything to it. Give you guys a couple different looks at what's happening. Looks. Not the best view. Let's go back up top. Flipper back up 100%. Yeah, all my other machines have it. This one will too. I ran through Kiao. Did I say it right, Phil? Kiao, and just updated all the basic stuff, but I didn't install shell commands or any of that other stuff. Yeah, you can. Phil sent me some prints to do that will kind of couple the Bowden tube a little bit to the CANBus lead, so I need to print those out. I do, but yeah, you got public, non-public NDA stuff. Mr. Tested. Okay, so let's talk about, while this is printing, it's going to take a little while. Let's talk about LEDs. No, is that the best thing to do next? Let me look at my list and cross some stuff off. We need to do E-steps. I need to tune the belts. The belts, I mean, it's going to be hard to tell artifacts from just a, whatchamacallit. We've got the nozzle wiper done. I need to adjust that macro later. Shell commands is the potential security issue. Don't you have to have shell commands running to do a lot of the other popular plugins, like Clipper Backup requires shell commands, I think. I don't know if LED Effects does. But this is what I did to be able to get the panel in and out initially. I took some extra random part and VHP'd it to the panel so that I could pick it up. So we're going to get rid of that now because we don't need that. We're going to have a dedicated part for that. So I do like these, that these don't have the black, or excuse me, the brown papery stuff. It's got just this plastic, which is so easy to get off. Once you're used to the paper, you can get it off, but this is just like 10 seconds per panel per side, and you're done. So we've got this little thing, which will go about here, and the bed shouldn't come in contact with it, but it'll give us a lift point to be able to get it off. I saw one that had like a button that you press in the skirt, and it pushes it up, but that just seemed like a lot. I'm smudging this up really, really badly. Your extrusion looks like it's pretty good from top down. Yeah, I think it's like, I can see a little bit of gaps, but maybe that's from PA. I'll peel it off and show it. It's going to be that, like, you know, the hair, because it's not quite connecting. I don't want to put that there. Let me get out a nice big old ruler. $280 millimeters, 140 will be center. Kind of running into it. I can't move the printer off though. You guys even see that? 280, so we need to center it at 140. Shell commands removes the abstraction between Clipper users and running code in a Linux environment. Tweezers, I need to get this VHB tape off, or the backing. Not Steve precise, but yeah. So when we are ready to bottle up the electronics, we can do that. What else is on the list that we can do while we wait for this to finish? The panel handle, I will cross that off. Got my E3D pin from Earth a while back. So spool plus PTFE, we need to figure out something for the PTFE. Like, this is just not ideal. All of this excess, so I probably need to cut it, maybe not in half, but close to it, and have a more direct path. An interesting thing about FORMBOT is they include this part is an injection molded piece. So Steve said he doesn't bother putting the actual exhaust fan stuff in. I'm going to do it just for kind of this first build. But, you know, in the stock build, the PTFE tube runs into this and then into the chamber via this. So it's got this fan grill. Again, I had to print this in 2 parts and glue it together because I printed all these on my V0. And then it's got these wonky little sticky uppy bits that connect it. These actually use M5x10s, I think, and I've already got the T-nuts in here, so we can technically mount it. We'll do that later. We need to do belts later and E-steps. And then I'll turn on like a volume, a Voron cube, and start printing that while we start to do some of the LEDs and other stuff. I'm going to move it down a step. Yeah, definitely some PA tuning because it's not connecting over here and it's kind of connecting a lot more over here. What is your guys' preferred pressure advance tuning method? Lines, pattern, or one of the like actual objects, the tower? I think lately I've been bouncing back and forth between lines and pattern. Let me see. Later we will be doing the panels. I have already pre-applied the foam to almost all of them. So I did Steve's trick where you peel back the plastic just enough to be able to get them on there. So I've used 3mm panels on top and sides, or excuse me, I think the 3mm foam on the top and the sides. The manual says to do 1mm on top, but I had enough left over to do 3, and then I also printed out these magnetic offsets. These are kind of cool. I've got a bunch of these guys already kind of set up. And then these clips. So I needed like 100 something M6x3 magnets. And so it uses the head of these screws. I think these are M3x12 to help alignment and lock the panel in. So, well, that's backwards, but the magnets all obviously attract, but then the screw head helps register it so it doesn't move around too much. And then we'll VHB tape the panels. So all the panels will be foam, but they'll be, I can take the whole panel off with magnets. 0.29 and send it. What is the default? Do they have a pressure events value in there by default? Let me inquire. Not finding pressure. I guess it would be in the extruder. Nothing, I assume. 3mm won't hurt. Gives you a fraction more gap to account for center sagging. I think are these polycarbonate or are they acrylic? For some reason I want to say they might be polycarbonate. I can't speak right now. So I guess one benefit of polycarbonate is it doesn't sag as much as acrylic. Also supposed to be a little bit more heat resistant or scratch resistant. But if I grab the panel that's meant for the top, you guys can see it drops on. I've already spaced it, and then once we put all these clips on and take off the VHB tape, it'll stick down and we'll be able to kind of thumbnail up this. PA is largely determined by the distance between the nozzle tip and the extruder gears. So in a stealth burner, it's always good to be, yeah. PC hit. Wayne Bronikowski, hit that like button. Do as the man says. The acrylic will crack in the heat, yeah. Yes, appreciate the likes so the video gets out. Who was it who said they found it by recommended videos? Was it R squared K3D who just found the stream because YouTube recommended it? So those likes definitely help. But yes, again, oh, you guys can't see what I'm talking about. So here's the top panel. It's got magnets, which obviously help hold it in place, but it's also got the screw heads. And then there's a recess for those screw heads. And the top piece, if I get it the right direction, I think the original designer designed this to not work, to not need VHB, but I don't want these flipping around everywhere. So Yeah, again, props to Chris from Chris's Living Room Workbench. He's the guy behind Octo app, if any of you guys use that for your phone. And he built a 2.4 and used these clips. And I watched his streams and liked it, so I copied it. But yeah, we'll do the panels once we kind of get some of the initial stuff done. And I'm not going to do Nevermore today. There's 4 people watching who did not hit the like button. I did post in the, what, did I post in the community streams? I intended to post in the community streams today. I did post in the community streams today. Thank you for having that. It's great when there's like a community and people can kind of join in. So I'll let that naturally cool off a little bit. It's PLA, so it'll probably come off relatively easily. So you can see it's a little gappy there. And then a little bit past halfway, or a little bit after halfway, I move the nozzle a little bit closer. So that's still a little gappy. This was obviously way, way too far away, but I jacked it up like 0.15 millimeters off of what offset it found. So yeah, I can move it a little bit closer. We'll fine tune the E-steps and maybe do pressure advance in the stream. I guess, again, I wish I had some kind of a bed alignment, but I can't touch the bed with PLA temps and not burn myself. Just do the fan part of Nevermore. The rest is pouring cash in a hole. They sent some media with the kit. I'll probably throw that in there and then probably never refill it. Bed alignment mod next. Yeah. Recommendations. Did anybody post a recommended one? Or if you want to give me the name of one, I'll go find it. It doesn't have to be like immediately right now. What would be good to do next? I kind of want to figure out this filament path. Like, I don't have a unload filament macro yet. Get it back up to 220. And retract. I've been searching for bed alignment on the Trident also, yeah. The most low-tech one I saw, the guy drilled 3mm holes, tapped them, and then used washers as the bed alignment so that you just push it into the back of the washers. I did do the first layer without doing the extruder first. I just wanted to print something. I just wanted to get a print going. It's just exciting first thing to do. I usually follow Ellis's tuning guide, but it is pretty exhaustive and time consuming. Retracting, retracting, retracting. Go to 10 mm per second. We're just gonna so much bottom tube, it's hard to pull it through. There we go. I do a combination of Chris Ellis's tuning guide along with Orca Slicer generally. That's what I did for build plate alignment, drill and tap, and the washers. I have taps and such, so I could do that. I don't have like I have a drill press, but it's not going to be anything such that I can orient the bed in the right way. So I'd have to kind of figure out the work holding by hand. Let's get that out, and then I've got the T-nuts. I kind of already dry fitted this thing. We're not going to put the back panel on yet. That's the only panel I still need to put the foam on. But I just wanted to use this as like a guide for where the filament, the reverse Bowden should come in. And if I move the print head all the way forward, I spent a lot of time figuring out the right length for this guy. And this is what I settled on. It can get to every corner with not having an excessive amount of slack, but without, you know, creating too much strain either. You guys can't see that all that well, but the main corner that was a worry was this, but I think it should get sort of knocked down by the top. And then this corner, it kind of gets out of the way. So it seems pretty good. If you guys have suggestions, I don't know if I'm going to stay with this after I move to R2, but we'll see. But the filament, the way they tell you to have it is like this. So in this Bowden coupler, it would, you know, in the stock build, go directly into Stealth Burner, but they have like this little loop thing. What cable did you use for your tool head? It is the one included in the SBB 2209. So Big Tree Tech sells one. It was very, very long. I had to cut it down, but it was a pretty nice cable. And then I sleeved it with just some like PC cable sleeving. I did upgrade to a blue swing arm. I reprinted that. I might have broken it and needed to reprint it, but yeah, it comes with. You can see how long this is. This wouldn't be quite long enough. But I think they put one size in there that's large enough for a 350, and then you have to kind of cut it down to the right size after doing that. After kind of getting it oriented. Yes, Verbal Shadow. You were heard. Okay, let's talk a little bit about these LEDs. Oh, I did want to show you guys the heat map. Did that go away? Yeah, it did go away. Let's run it real quick. Just to give you an idea. I'm building a Mercury 1 right now, and that's something I haven't sourced yet. Okay, the CAN cable. I think if you buy one of their boards like an EBB 42 or 36, it might come with the CAN cable. I don't know if they sell it individually, but it's a decent cable. I've also bought some 4-wire cable from Lineo on KB3D's website. I don't know if I have that linked anywhere, but it turned out pretty well. All my V0s, I have CAN to the tool head, and I used that same Lineo stuff. The cable is also long enough for a 350. Saw that. So these LEDs will be mounted. These are disco. I got these from KBB or KB3D. I have links to them in the description. I do have a affiliate link for Polymaker, affiliate link for KB3D, a couple other things like AliExpress. But the plan is to mount them like so underneath so that they will shine down towards the bed. These will also come with a, I'll print out a diffuser. But we need to run cables for this. So I figured these would be much easier to mount before I have the panels on. Oh, it just finished the Z Home because I had to cool down to 150. So to prepare these, we just need some M3 by like 6s to screw. So these are a piece that pop on, and then I've already put the T-nuts in them, so they slot on. I'll try to find the link to this. It's from Printables, and he has it so that this slot should be big enough to fit both a daylight and a disco. And he's got the XL sizes as well. Well, is this going to fit? Splitting this part might have caused a little bit of an issue. Trident stream was great, but I have work early tomorrow. Thanks for hopping in, R² K3D. Have a good night. Hopefully work is few headaches tomorrow. The kit does come with, where did I put it? A white LED panel that's supposed to go in the back. But I'm not going to use that. So I have it so that I have enough wire pre-cut to do 2 of these, and then hopefully people will get the gist of how involved it is and decide if they want to do it. This hole is not greatly aligned. Might need to reprint this. Oh, there we go. I got it started. And that ball in is butts. Going in a little crooked. I don't know if you guys can hear those squeaks. I glued these together and didn't account for kind of like having a little bit of extra gap from gluing, splitting it and printing them together. So I assume that that's what that's from. So you screw these into the front. These will pop off, and eventually I'll have a like clear PETG or transparent PETG diffuser that goes over the top of it, so you don't see the individual light points. But they've got little like detents in there, and they snap on pretty well. So we need to figure out what side is in and which side is out. This is in. And getting these stupid hammerhead nuts to align. That's pointed the wrong direction. I need to switch these. So yeah, we want these to point down towards the print. But we also need to wire it. So I already pre-made this cable it's 3-wire that comes already in a sheath that I just bought many feet of on a spool. And I've already terminated it with JST, so we should be able to just plug in the connector. I did a lot of baking show stuff for this. It kind of makes it so I'm doing less of the tedious kind of mind-numbing stuff, if that makes sense. So if you guys prefer I don't do that, let me know. But now I can't see the markings for it. Let me get one of the ones that's not in there. So it is yellow 5 volts ground. But you know, applying VHB tape to 100 panel clips doesn't seem like, you know, the most exciting part of a build, so I'd rather do that off stream. I will sleeve these cables eventually as well. So it's yellow up top, and then 5 volts, and then grounds. Passes the tug test. Let me double check. So this is the D inside. So this will have to come out. I have to kind of pre-bend it. This will have to kind of come out right there. Nope, the opposite direction. Or will it need to come out this direction? And then head back this way. I can kind of hide it inside of the extrusion. So this was something I had to figure out. There's a screw head here from the blind joint. Can you guys see what I'm pointing at? There's a screw head that comes in there, but on the inside of this, there's a gap that this can pass down through. And eventually I'll be able to fish it out. So let me get this relatively centered and see if I can actually get these. I think doing one full example on a stream and preset the rest. Okay, that seems like a good kind of average. That's what I figured for the panels, so I didn't apply the foam to one of the panels. So we'll see if that works out well this stream. And if anybody's watching this in the future, let me know what you think. Like a lot of the guys in here have already done a build like this, so it's not that important for them to see, for you guys to see. I have such a hard time getting hammerhead nuts to like start and tighten down right, especially at funky angles. That seemed to have done well. It's not perfectly centered, but lets people have an idea about the tedious parts they will have to do. Yeah, I don't want it to be like, I don't want to hide the tedious parts, but I also don't want to make this a 12 stream build if possible. Like if these hammerhead T-nuts aren't perfectly centered in the slot, they'll just do that. That feels like it caught. Okay. Can you guys see that at all? Should, provide a decent amount of light. I need to fish this wire out. Why are you so dark today? Guess I could boost the ISO. So I want to pull all this cable through. I fished it down this gap. So here there's a gap. Here there's a screw head that won't allow you to slide it down this way. So any cables you want to run up towards the top of the printer, there is a way to get it through, but you have to pick the right slot. And I went around this, which is not good. Don't do that. What does that do? Anyone else remember Invader Zim and Gur? What does that do? Most definitely probably dating myself with that. But I will sleeve this cable eventually. I kind of want to figure out how many cables are going to be in what area to figure out what size sleeving I want to use and what colors. I already have yellow over there on the right, so I might do yellow over here as well. Action. I'm sorry, you might not have been able to see that as well. You can't fit down this slot because there's a screw head here for the blind joint, but you can do it on this inside. So for now, I'm just going to pass it down with this motor cable that will feed down into the electronics bay, and then I'm going to shut down the computer before I actually hook it up. I'm probably old enough to be your dad. Earthworm Jim or Invader Zim? I remember Earthworm Jim, but I didn't watch it very much. I watched more Nickelodeon than like WB. No, what channel did Earthworm Jim come on? Okay, yeah, let's shut it down. And I'll do the NeoPixel setup and see if I can just get this first one wired, and then I'll... All right. Having the display is nice too, because you can tell when the printer's actually fully shut down. You don't feel worried about ruining your SD card. I might have put these little cable covers on off stream. So I basically already pre-ran this before I cut it down to see how far it needed to get. I think the NeoPixel is like right there. And And I have another JST I can slot into there. It's hard to get a good view inside the electronics bay. And then I need to find the pinout for this guy. Confirm that's the NeoPixel port. And yeah, RGB is that middle 3 pin. What's the pinout for it? It looks like 5 volts up top. Signal in the middle and grounds towards the camera. So 5 volts away from the camera. Signal in the middle. And ground towards the camera. Or towards the front of the display side. Then we'll need to run a little bit of cable management. I guess I made this a little longer than it needs to be. I tend to err on that side. And that'll give me a little bit of maneuvering room over down towards this area. Okay, 5 volts, signal ground. Tucks that away, goes up to the power. How is the stream health? Did the music stop? Why would the music stop? It did stop. Maybe when all the USB stuff went wonky. Okay, I think that's right. Should we do the next LED chain and do 2 of them? Let's just turn it on. Just have to kind of... Oh, I had a delay there. Did I drop frames? No. It was just the switcher being wonky. Let's do the next LED set. We want it to be mounted like so. I need to figure out where I want to put a camera eventually as well. And we want DN to be on this side. 2 more M3x6 button heads. This is obviously not part of the manual. These screws are not wanting to start today. Oh geez, that's bad news. I guess that's one issue with inverted electronics. If you drop something metal down there, you could definitely cause a short. So the sooner I can get that panel down there, the better. I guess I could do that now, because I don't know if we'll need to be back in there anytime soon. I think I did not put these heat set inserts in well at all. Squeak, squeak, squeak. That's usually a dead giveaway of misaligned heat set inserts. That squeaky noise when you screw them in. So again, I've got another JST. I just put it in there to kind of have it. Let's put this panel in there, so I don't have to worry about dropping any more metal into there. Anyone ever dropped a tool or screw onto a board or into an electronics bay and actually caused a short? I don't want that to be me. But with the bed all the way up, let's see, I need to tilt this way. Got fingerprints all over this. It should slide right in. And then we've got our little handle right here, so I can lift it up when I need it. But otherwise, I'll leave it on there for a while. Hop it around a lot. We're gonna try to set up our NeoPixel. Is there already a section for it? There's one for the tool head light. Let's create a new one. Called chamber. It is PG something. PD15. Chain count will be, how many are on a daylight or a disco stick? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. We'll do 36 for now. And it worked. Later GRBW. GRBW. I'll turn them off for now, and again later on we will. It's actually a decent color white. It's not too orange, not too blue. Let's hook up the second one. Second one's gonna go on the front, if you guys will be able to see if I move it that way. Are you guys team LED light all the things, or like RGB LED? Or you can do without it? It's like something that maybe comes in your kit. You'll... Oh, I need to connect these up. So another pre-prepared cable. I'm gonna have to remove that side in order to get it plugged in. But if we look at the... What do I do with that JST? Here it is. It's going to be in 5 volts in the middle, and ground. Oops, that'll plug into this guy. Rebend it. Up and around. Really, is it really a printer if it doesn't look like a unicorn barf? Yeah. I mean, I remember when getting RGB LED stuff on PCs was like, you really had to go the extra mile, and now pretty much everything is RGB LED. Making these stupid hammerhead T-nuts. I don't think that engaged. It did not. Just keep the print lit. That's me. Yeah. Are you sure 5 volts is in the middle? Yes. Will it focus on that? Bit unusual, but these are by Blam on the KB 3D site. Yeah, you would think, because you usually want to separate your 5 volts and data, or excuse me, your 5 volts and ground. So they're a little harder to short together. Like seriously, this is so... They give you a lot of these hammerhead T-nuts for stuff like panels and stuff. I'd rather they were the spring-loaded T-nuts, to be honest. Because I just cannot find the trick to get these started a lot of the times. A lot of the times it's like the orientation and angle. Let's see if I move it over to have a better angle, if I can get it to catch and then move it. Nope. Okay, that caught. So now can I loosen it a smidge, move it to where I want it, and retighten it down? I guess that's the trick. I need to reorient this so you guys can actually see this part of the build. Pop out this JST connector. I only pre-did the wiring for connecting two of them together. Just to kind of test to make sure it worked as expected, and I can't get this out now. It's like a ramp. Squeeze this. Oh yeah. How many unicorns did you print for? Was it the birthday party favors? Come out, please. Thank you. I can see it. It's the out towards the bottom, or far away from me. 5 volts in the middle. Ground. To get this stupid T-nut to thread again. So I was thinking about doing blue sleeving for all of these LED wires. You guys think yellow is kind of sparsely used as a little bit of an accent? Obviously from like the Voron color scheme. That time it's in there. Our second set is not working. First set is working. Try restarting Clipper. Same. Did I wire something wrong? Ground 5 volts D out. My ground and DIN are reversed on this somehow, even though I was staring right at that. The wires, man. What do you think? But like, there's gonna be, you know, one blue wire, or excuse me, one wire connecting all these LEDs. I thought it would look kind of Fallout-y if they were sleeved, and blue came to mind first. Although I do feel like I could possibly use a little bit more yellow around the build. Generally been using these tweezers as my depinning tool for JSTs. Tend to be able to depress the pin pretty well while not mingling it. Just off screen. Yep. Crimp popped out as I plugged it in. I don't think that tab was sticky out enough. One more time. DN up top, 5 volts in the middle, ground on the bottom. Yay, they're both working now. Cut them into 3 pieces and alternate the colors. That's providing a decent amount of light. You can imagine 2 more. 1 more on that side, 1 more on that side. How many tries it takes me to get this T-nut? One. A 2. 3. 2. No, I wanted it to go on the inside. Because the panel is going to go there, or a door rather. The wire to be popping up the top. They'll almost fit into the slot. Profile slot. I think I have to back it off enough and then just loosely do it and not try to like tight press or pull. Maybe. Didn't get it. Nope. F1 is back this weekend. Where are we? Zandvoort? Dutch Grand Prix. That's not centered at all, but we're just gonna stick with 2. Because if I mount any more, I'm gonna have to unmount them when I put the cables in. But at least the config is done, and I can kind of play with the cable management a little bit. Eventually gonna take it apart to re-sleeve it, but happy with that. Oh, I haven't tried the tool head yet. The logo lights up. Oh, it's because I have the rainbow barf in there. And the rainbow barf is... Speaking of unicorn barf, stealth burner rainbow barf. How many LEDs are on that? There's probably programmed as, let's see, 1, 2, 8. It's probably programmed as 3, and we need to make it 11. Yep, set up as 3 by default, but since that's another little tweak and mod. Gonna need sunglasses to view your print, yeah. But when it's enclosed in a shelf, and I have a, what do you call it? A camera in there. Although I do have a couple cameras mounted to the shelf so I can see multiple printers. Do I need to restart? How can you guys see this? There we go. Are the rainbow barf not RGBW? Or are they... The nozzle are changing color, but the rainbow barf are staying white from what I can see. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure that out. Maybe they're different RGB order. Let's see, I have the KB3D thing up. I can just check it. RB. It's for that. Go full screen, please. Like the thing I want the most to happen, it won't do. Where's full screen? I just want it to go full. There's like 10 pixels. This is so annoying. GRB? No. Code. Oh, okay. They're only GRB. All of this commented stuff. I'll just delete it. Did I say 11? I should have said 10. We'll give them an initial color. I guess when you have a GRBW and GRB in the same chain, it just makes them, it just takes away the white channel. But I wonder if I can control those if I directly try to target those LEDs. We won't worry about that, but we have all the NeoPixels working for now. What else is on my list? I think panels, Nomi config, and then final tuning. Let's do this side panel. So I've got this giant, what are those like balls that you can connect together that are magnetic? It just looks like one of those. But this is how, I mean, they're just T-nuts. Instead of screwing the actual panel down, you screw the magnetic mount down. And then the clips will go over them. So these are the default panel clips. And these just kind of split the part into two and use magnets to connect them essentially. But if you've ever had to like take your Nevermore out or replace an RGB, and it takes you forever to get your panels undone and redone, you might appreciate why I decided to go with the magnetic panels. Especially on the V0, it's so small, there's no room to like do anything with my hands. Turn hammerhead. Okay. Maybe turn it this way and do this view. Well, you guys can't see everything on that view. Lazy Susan is working out. It's not the best Lazy Susan. It's very rattly and loud, but one of the side panels. Pre-applied foam. I applied this off stream. It says to use 3mm foam. It says to put 3mm foam on the frame here. It is a lot of magnets. I do know about the zero frames. I wanted to do them on one of my V0s. Or the zero panels. Close this gap a little bit. I printed out the zero panels mod for the V0, and I ran into trouble somewhere. I can't quite remember. But we've got our pre-applied VHB tape. By pre-applied, I mean I did it off stream. Need something sharp. And the screw heads auto register. I think it might have been just like my print's not turning out well for the zero panels and they didn't snap into place well. I wanted to use them on my Halo themed V0 because they seem kind of armor-like. Reminding me kind of like of the panels on Master Chief's armor. So I am aware of them. There's a lot of working options for a lot of different things. Sometimes it's kind of more what I hear about first. Or think about first. All right, let's see what it's like to take one of these off. Hopefully the VHB tape is pretty well stuck on there. It's not a lining on the bottom. Just a little saggy. Let's see if I can get you a better view for doing the opposite side. Move the camera way, way, way back. Give it some more light. A little crooked when I move it to that position. Back further. Can. They do look hard to print. Some have no flat sides. The zero panels, yeah. You guys can see my legs now. Oh, that color balance is way off. This is a red shirt and it's looking like magenta. I think I have the wrong LUT loaded up on that. On that input on my switcher. The zero panels like are snap in, right? They have like a little flange that snaps into the V slot. Not V slot, but extrusion slot. I think I was having problems with all of those being able to like snap in correctly. Yeah. I think like some of them were working out well. Maybe some of them drooped or sagged or something. Oh, I do have to do the middle pieces too. On that left panel. Turn, damn you. Oh, there we go. Here we go. One more for this side. Rebel Shadow, did all the CAN board flashing make sense when you did it? I know we were talking about like the difference between catapult and bootloaders, and Phil was explaining that catapult is a bootloader. I was assuming you were just going to be able to like go through esotericals and guide and get it done like I did. Do the top one first, which I can see when it rotates into place. There we go. You said you got through everything but the actual config, right? Our right side panel. Eyes are getting blinky. I'm getting a little sleepy. Yeah, I misunderstood. It was an offset, yeah. I mean, as long as you got it set up correctly. That looks ugly. There's some residual tape on the panels, like tape backing. And I didn't think about it being visible. Can you guys see that? All these little lines. Might have to redo it a little bit. Oh, will it stay? It will. I kind of meant to start up a Voron cube while we were doing panels, but do that in a second. Kind of in a flow state with getting this VHB backing off. I've had like 3 good easy ones. Is that going to be seen where you're putting the printer? Probably not, but it will be seen in videos because I do plan on doing a review. It's not a huge deal. I'll see how sticky the foam is and if I can kind of temporarily peel it up, remove that and stick it back down, maybe I will, but otherwise, you're right, it's not that big of a deal. Doors are gonna be a little bit of a pain, but we can do the top. Yeah, and I'll just be able to pop this off when I need to put the LEDs in there again, so it's not so bad. If these were screwed down, that'd be a real pain in the butt. What are the odds I actually printed out and prepared enough of these? If clip pane fails, I'll try the stock config. The foam won't stick back so well. I have some extra. I used up pretty much every inch of 3mm foam for this. They didn't give a lot extra. Well, technically they did give extra because this is not meant to be done with 3mm foam, but I did it in 3mm foam. So they give you more than enough. But I have some, so I don't know. Maybe before I make the final video, and I'll just try to make a note that, hey, make sure you get all the nastiness off the backing. Before you stick it down. It's not a big deal. Am I out of these early? Maybe I'm short because we still need to do the back, which needs another 3. Hey, at least I didn't put one of these down with it still having the protective part on. You got, yeah, you can see much better from this angle, just a little tiny bit of schmutz. We have these as well. How does that work? Like that? And we're gonna need so many T-nuts. Do I have enough T-nuts? I might not have enough. How many mods have I done that involve T-nuts? I do like the two-tone of this as well. The yellow underneath as an accent, and then the blue that you can primarily see. We'll see what it looks like kind of from afar. Maybe I have too many of these pre-done with T-nuts. We will see. I need T-nuts. This mod, for being a taller version of this, does need a non-bomb. So I'm using M3 by 12 millimeter long screws. So this is one of the first things I've had to source that wasn't included in the kit, but this is a mod that's not meant to come with the kit. It's not right. And I'm gonna have to pay more attention centering these than I did with the corner pieces. Or are these too long? It's tight, but it's not settled in there. Where half the stream has been trying to get T-nuts to seat properly. Where's my ruler? .41 centimeters. 20.5. And I can do the one right below it at the same time. I need to get them started. Does that look pretty centered to you guys? You can't quite see the whole. They definitely don't give you enough spring-loaded T-nuts to do all the panels. They seem to want you to do hammerhead T-nuts. See why Steve keeps the plastic on for as long as possible. Prevent arm smudges like I just kind of had. I like this mod. It's a pain in the butt putting all the magnets in, but I kind of just sat and watched. I did some of this while I was watching Phil and Steve's stream. Kind of assembly lined it. I also used this DeWalt clamp. And so I'd put the magnets in one side, put an extra 2 magnets stuck to it, take the corresponding opposite side, press fit it a little bit, and then use the clamp to get a nice clean seat. Nope, I forgot to peel back the plastic. Same thing on the opposite side. I don't know if there's any that goes in the top middle. Have to look at the manual. Will these somehow work with... No. Backwards. All right, Lazy Susan's a game changer. I don't know why I didn't have one sooner. I did 3 V0 builds without one, and I feel silly now. Although I don't think that this platform is big enough for a 350. It might. No, it's not big enough for a 300 either. Barely big enough for a 250. Are these bottoming out? They might be bottoming out. These are 12s. Yeah, true. It's pretty easy to manhandle the V0 around. 310s are not long enough. 312s almost seem to be bottoming out. Like there's no way a 310 is gonna work. The insane is 41 centimeters. We need 1T.5 center. Going to need 1, 2, 3, 4 more of those. No, we don't need any more of these at all. Here are our T-nuts that we need. I did more than enough 3mm panels than I needed. The back needs to be 1mm. Panels do feel like one of the kind of tedious, not sexy parts of doing these builds. I'm often doing them like at the end of a stream when I'm feeling tired and can sometimes get a little sloppy with parts that I know Steve spends a lot more time and effort on. The wrong size driver. The doors, I think I'm gonna have to turn off the printer, lay it down to make sure I can get the doors on relatively straight. I know Steve has done some very interesting panel clips in the past. Did he do like a bungee set or something with like a twist lock? Can't quite remember if those were like one of his creations or for somewhere else. From somewhere else. That VHP did not stick down whatsoever. I prefer the latch kind from Voron Mod's site. There's so many mods and variations. It's like a gift and a curse. We do need one back here. Mad Dog, I just got something from you. I don't know if it's delayed or if you just sent it. These can't be 10s. don't think M3x10s come in this kit, but they're kind of what I need for this part. Let's see if I... These were labeled wrong. There's your problem. Me. Earlier me. I need to get around to printing in one day, but I don't remove the panels enough. I haven't bothered. Oh, let me check it out. Oh, was it an invite to a Discord? Yeah, I get Android notifications delayed sometimes. Thanks for the invite. Where can I copy that from? Copy text. Paste. Thank you. These are in fact 12. I have no M3x10 button heads anywhere. Or excuse me. Socket heads. And they need to be socket heads for this mod. These must be 8s. Yeah, they're 8s. So I messed up. Kind of no surprise there. Oh, the cork is coming off the bottom of my ruler. The metric side. How many printers do you have in your farm? Mad Dog, you have the print farm, right? Your Discord is that big, but can't hurt. Yeah, definitely. I appreciate the thought, A, just to want to help promote my stream a little bit, and B, any kind of extra outlet to get word out. I've thought about creating my own Discord server. Well, I have one, but I just don't do anything with it really. Farmers for chickens and stuff, not printing. Technically need to do 1, 2, 3, 4 more. I'm gonna pull that off. Now we technically need to do a whole lot more. Maybe I'll do those later and we'll Try to get the front door done. If I get the front doors and the back panel. Foxes ate all the chickens. Have you tried any of those? I saw somebody had like, I don't know if they were AI, but they were kind of like little robots to scare off foxes in chicken coops. Oh, I can still pop that off. Jeff lives in South Australia, where the people are crazy, the politics is odd, and they make laws for the sake of it. Okay. Is that where what's the Australian, bogans? Is that where the bogans are in Australia? These are actual T-nuts. You're in Victoria, which is a lot worse. I need to visit Australia someday. Then we need to take off this guy and shut the printer down. Is bogan the right term? I feel like I've heard it used. My friend used to watch like some kind of a Australian kind of teen kids soap opera show. My roommate after college. Okay, so we've got these two guys. So I pre-did some of this too. Put the VHB tape on and the magnets. They'll kind of go there and up there. I think. And then we have to do the hinges. I have two German Shepherds that keep the foxes away. I used to have alpacas that were bred and sold, but we all sold all of them a couple years ago. You just have paddocks to slash. That's just way off center. Okay, I've never had to do a set of double doors before because I've only done V0 builds. I had a single door, which was not too bad in terms of getting aligned, but this is going to be harder to make aligned and look good, I feel. More T-nuts. Bogans are Australia wide. I mean, just look at Phil. Okay. There's also a weird Rick and Morty sketch about like an Australian version of Rick and Morty. They were like in a ute and wanted to drive down to some spot. I think Bogans really like. These are looking way too long. I think these need to be. Morning, new here, but a few people know me here. Nemesis Prime 84, welcome. Nemesis Prime, is that a play on Optimus Prime? T-nuts, T-nuts, T-nuts. Driving me nuts, me nuts, me nuts. Down here. It is the evil clone of Optimus Prime. Okay, so you are deep into the Cybertron lore. Cybertron? Saw a trailer for some type of, maybe it's just the re-release of the Transformers movie. I can't even get this stupid T-nut started. Oh, so this part is a little handle? I don't think I realized that. I was just looking at it and it was like, man, this really stands off. It has a really big gap. And the VHB tape sticks way down there. It's like, did I do something wrong? And then I thought, oh, is it a handle? The original 1986 movie is being re-released for the 40th anniversary. Okay. Have you liked any of the newer stuff that they put out? I need more hinges. Feeling unhinged. Oh, I still need to do belt tension. That won't be too difficult. So these hammerhead T-nuts are not something they give you a excessive extra number of in this FORMBOT kit. I think there's going to be like just enough. I have done used them to do several mods, so one thing to keep in mind, but there's not like dozens and dozens of extra of this particular hardware. But I do happen to have a whole extra Trident hardware kit that is metal oxide. I have, yes. I've been a fan since the whole franchise started all the way back in 1984. And I look at each new idea as something fresh and new. Cool. So you're not like too stuck on the old stuff. You appreciate it, love it, but realize that kind of properties need to change and evolve and try new stuff, rehash some stuff. It's kind of how I feel about a lot of stuff. And then I kind of realized that not everything is made for me, even though I might be a fan of it or that lore or fandom. A particular piece of media that comes out might be for kids, and I'm not a kid anymore. It's called Transformers. Things change, literally. I can't remember who I saw, but they were like really bashing on some of the newer stuff that had come out. All right, it doesn't seem like it's too much to aligning these. Let me go to the manual. I mean, they don't give too much super detailed instruction. Apply VHB tape. Apply a panel is kind of. Step 1, draw the owl. Step 2, or draw the owl's eye. Step 2, draw the rest of the owl. I need to make sure that these are centered and that these are approximately right at the edge. Building the R2 Trident or R1? I'm building the R1, or I'm building the kit as it came, which was as the R1. All the printed parts that they, had in their GitHub and stuff for R1 were for R1. So I'm building it as an R1, and I've started to print some of the parts on the R2 for the R2 conversion. I'm having a hard time talking right now, but I kind of want to print the rest of them on this because otherwise I'm printing on a V0. Let's take this panel off so I can kind of stick my hand on the inside because this is a little saggy. Matter of fact, all my printer names are Transformer related. Cool. My printers are named video game characters and makers. So I have one named after Bob Claggett from I Like to Make Stuff, one named after Adam Savage, one named after Ben Heck. What's the other one? Simone. It's named after Simone Yurch. And then I've got Master Chief or Chief, Genji, and Cortana. All the V0s are video game names, and all of my old like Creality machines are the makers. And my Prusa is just named Prusa. Prusa. So should I try to get any of a gap here or in the center, do you guys think? Should I spread these apart a little bit to make sure that there's clearance for them to be able to close? Or should they be like tightly right up against each other, like touching? I don't think we get a ton of adjustment. these panel clips. Off. I know Steve spends a lot of time getting all this stuff aligned really, really well. What was it you joked about, Phil? Steve is like the benchmark. I tighten them closed, and then I tighten them closed, then they nearly seal. Okay. I will pinch them together. There's no foam for these, right? For the front panels? Doors, rather. I didn't see any instructions about. Kind of wish I could make these two-tone. You're taking a shortcut Steve would frown upon, but you should rethink. I did foam, but only 1 millimeter. My stealth changer is Acid Storm. My Micron is Nemesis, Trident, Optimus Prime, and H2D Solus Forge. I like a good naming scheme theme. Let me know if I get too far to turn back for skipping a shortcut. Was it the foam? Because they definitely don't say to foam in the manual that I could see. I was gonna get these corner clips aligned. Then censor the middle clips. Oh, that's an odd length. .2 centimeters. 23.5, 23.6. I messaged him out of the blue and suggested we collab with. Feel free to say no, and he was all about wanting to do it. Steve is super nice. I mean, he's definitely kind of the. Like I had watched numerous of Narrow streams building Vorons. I watched Thomas Sandlander, layer by layers stream of a Voron build. And then I eventually saw Steve's, and he just made it seem so approachable, answered so many questions I had. Not that the other guys didn't do that, but just felt like he gave me the confidence. His streams were really, really detailed. All right. $41. I'm using the ruler to measure the bottom centerpiece. Pretty centered. Where are you located, Nemesis? And a country and or coast region. You gonna stay in Michigan? Okay. My mom's originally from Detroit. No, well, Detroit, but she was born in Mississippi, but was raised in Detroit. Some other influencers don't give small streamers the time of day. Steve is all about it, and he's pumped your sub numbers up to get you to. Did you hit 500? If so, congrats. If anybody here is not subscribed to Down Under Maker, please go do so. Phil, what am I missing that is the Steve step that I haven't done yet? Few minutes from Detroit, okay. He went to, I don't think it's a school anymore, Jared W. Finney High School on the east side of Detroit. I think the school is like closed now, but about 30 short. Well, if anybody here is not subscribed to Phil, if anybody who sees the video wants to find another channel who streams 3D printing content and builds, definitely go check out Down Under Maker. I might, if I can remember, I'll throw a link to his channel in the description. All right, we're gonna fill up the corners. I guess the whole edge. $469, nice. I'm a West Sider over by Canton, okay. I don't know what steps I'm missing, Phil. So I'm gonna get ready and slap these down. Unless you want to give me a clue to the shortcut I'm taking I don't see anywhere where they mention adding foam to the front panels. Are they supposed to? Side panel. I can unsub and then sub again. Will that help? I am left-handed. Can you tell somehow? Nemesis, what was my tell? Am I just using my left hand to scratch the panels and stuff like that? All the way from the panel at 90 degrees. I'm also left-handed, and two really. Your watch is on the right side, true. And I'm doing more with my left. I do observe, I can tell what hand people are. Like, I worked at a grocery store for a long time as a stalker. And we had these box cutters, and the left-handed ones were red and the right-handed ones were green. And so whenever I see somebody wearing in a grocery store one on their left hip and it's bright red, I kind of automatically know they're left-handed. Phil, are you left-handed? All the best people are left-handed. I'm ambidextrous, so that means I can walk on land and swim in the water. Anybody here a word nerd? I was just watching Words Unraveled. It's a podcast about etymology. Not entomology, but etymology. Derivation of words. Stalker. S-T-O-C-K-E-R, not stalker. I stocked products and goods when I was in college. All right. Everything's pretty square. The panels are touching. Aligned well on top and bottom. I'm just chit-chatting at this point, so we're going to lock it down. I don't know if right-handed people tend to clock, because everything's kind of made for them. So I don't know if they're as good at clocking when somebody is not right-handed as maybe left-handed people are. Stop caring in a few weeks. Yeah. I want to set a good example for anybody who might use this to follow along. I mean, some of my FORMBOT, V0 FORMBOT streams have gotten like thousands of views after I, originally streamed them. Which kind of surprised me, but I think it's a very entry-level kit that is competitively priced, so it gets a lot of people kind of into doing their first custom printer build. I don't suspect this will do as much as that, but stay down, come up. Let's try my nicer tweezers. My box turtle stream still gets new watches and some of your VVD content. There we go. Yeah, I like kind of having some, I guess they call it like evergreen content that will still be pertinent in like years to come. I still get comments about those streams, the V0 streams, that they help people, they followed along with them, they ran into the same problems I did. The documentation I created for the FORMBOT V0 was helpful, so that's always like really nice to hear, motivating, makes me want to stream more, put out more content. Oh, can't reach it. I did the stalker thing when I was younger as well, then started to work on cars. And it all went downhill, became a grumpy, irritable, noble person you are today. I like cars. I haven't done, I mean, I'll change my own oil, brakes, rotors, rotate my own tires, oil filter. I have a European car, so I can do an oil change with what do they call it? A vacuum pump. From the under the hood, which makes oil changes pretty easy to do, and the oil filter is up there as well. But I haven't done a lot of like modding of cars. Did some car stereo installs for buddies who weren't good with electronics. Helped a couple guys install some like turbo inlets and similar. Come on. Build and test prototype engines at a small car company. That's cool. Anything exotic in terms of the configurations? Are they pretty standard, like V-Bank or inline configurations, but like very specific purpose? I was mentioning we've got F1 back. I don't know if you follow F1 this weekend at Zandvoort. Apparently Isaac Hajar injured his wrist and won't be able to partake. Jeff is a boat racer, he knows his engines. There's not a whole lot of changing anytime soon. Hybrid stuff, so electric batteries. I was disappointed F1 got rid of the battery that spooled up the turbo. That seemed like a pretty cool technology to reduce turbo lag. So they had a small motor. And it seems like that some of that stuff is making it into production cars. Like I feel like a couple exotics have, some people call them like electric turbos. F1 died with Murray Walker's commentary. I didn't watch whilst Murray Walker was commentating. I've gone back and watched archive races and stuff. But I think it's been David Croft and Martin Brundle. I almost said Alex Brundle since I started watching F1. Well, I guess I could. That stuck very well. Maybe I'll do a clicky clack door in the future. I only do engines. I don't even see the rest. No idea what they do. They go in after you leave. Everything I worked on in the last 5 years is on the road today. That's cool. Are they race car engines? I'll consider putting some 1mm foam on here, Phil. Seems like it couldn't hurt. I don't know if I'll need to adjust the hinges at all if I do that, though. The seal looks pretty nice. Nope, normal production engines. You might have heard of a car company or two. Gotcha. While we're down here, anything else worth doing? I guess not. Oh, maybe I'll remove the screen so we can do the back panel the same way. Because I don't want to bust up my screen. They all have this blue oval on the front and back. Okay. You're close to Detroit and you build engines for a company with a blue oval? Does 3D printing, I doubt it, but help whatsoever with your job, or is it just a hobby and passion? Like some type of rapid prototyping? Am I going to be able to set this down on the front panels? Should have done this first. All right, we need 1mm foam. Oh, Phil, this plastic stuff comes off very easy. Even if you don't pull up perfectly at 90 degrees, it doesn't tear, which is really nice. Here is our 1mm foam. And a bit of tape to start. Oh, it's a Hyundai. Hyundai? Let me look at where they describe to put the foam. Sides, bottom, and just that top. For you, it's a hobby side gig, but we do an entire rapid development department that does nothing but 3D print stuff. Whether it's intake or interior trim parts. Your brother works over there. Cool. I know in some motorsports they're doing metal 3D printed engine blocks with, you know, the ports for coolant and stuff that they would never be able to machine are already in it, and then they'll anneal it and you know, face it and do a pass with the CNC in order to get the, you know, exact geometry they want, which is interesting. So that peels off way easier and doesn't leave any residue compared to the 3mm stuff I did. Funny and a little annoying. The foam that won't be seen through the panel looks better. Let's move the panel, not the whole printer. So for all the panels I did off screen, it's pretty much the same process. We have those two, gotcha. Folded that onto itself. If anybody has a technique that's better than what I'm currently doing for applying this foam, faster, better, let me know. Yeah, so the 3mm foam, it was like tearing every inch or two, so I had to kind of go back and help it. But this is, the backing's coming off of this super easy in comparison. There's a bunch of guys in a car club near me, and I've been rapid prototyping. They build Miatas, and a lot of the Miata dashes have very plasticky, not vinyl, but just like plastic heat vents and air conditioning vents, and they start to crack and deform. So one of the guys is designing metal CNC versions of them, and I helped him by rapid prototyping a bunch of them, printing them out of ABS. He had like 17 iterations with small tweaks, and I could get them printed out and sent to him before he could even get a quote from a CNC shop. And all the setup costs for the CNC technician's time were really expensive, so I did a set of individual throttle bodies for a guy, printed out like 4 different versions of those. I hated peeling the panels that LDO sent me with my Tridents. It was paper backed and really well adhered to the panels. Yeah, that's the stuff I was used to. I don't know if maybe because this stuff is polycarbonate, it just has a different plastic backing, or if they are just able to source acrylic backing from somewhere else, or they do it themselves, or if they CNC it versus laser cut it so they can use this plastic. But I do like it. Oh, that ripped. So that's kind of what would happen, and then the little edge pieces would not want to come off. Yeah, this is ripping more like that other stuff was. So you can see how much of a pain in the butt it is to get all that off if it doesn't come off clean. It doesn't matter for this, it's black brand. But why? It's like if the edge cut wasn't good with whatever sliced this, or if I pull it away too fast. Oh, well, pick that up. But yes, this clear stuff is way more, or plasticky stuff is way more in line with my patience level. I think Mad Dog Jeff likes to tease you a little bit there, Nemesis. Something tells me he knows exactly what company you mean. The individual throttle bodies I helped prototype were kind of cool. He kept sending me videos and with audio, and every different iteration he did kind of had a different kind of pitch to it. And then once he got them CNC'd, they had a completely different sound too. I did some carbon fiber and glass filled ABS so he could see, you know, what some slightly higher end materials would be like. Well, Mad Dog teasing you is an understatement. Liking to tease you. Well, I guess I gotta take this off if I'm gonna flip it. Nice big peel. Lots of static. Making my hair stand on end. Hit the microphone there, sorry. Okay, so these are the 3mm magnetic standoffs. And these are for the 1mm, so they're just shorter, and I have to use shorter screws. I'm not seeing how that's gonna work. That's gonna be too short still. Interesting. I think I'm gonna have to use the fat boys anyway. We have a sand 3D printer where we can print the form to cast a blocker head. Okay, for like lost no, that wouldn't be like lost wax and stuff like that. That uses sand. But that's different. We have SLA printers as well. I have a Elegoo Mars 5 Ultra or something like that. I do sim racing steering wheels. You might have heard of Cosworth, I'm guessing. Get it off this quick release. And maybe recognize the inspiration for this wheel. Nemesis. It's obviously, it's not 1-to-1, but it's got multiple shifters, analog clutches. All of this lights up. Where is my USB cable for this? Delay poop. So I've got a nice quick release. There's the registration mark. Cable for it. I can't do with one hand. To launch Sim Hub. This is the wheel that's in some current generation Indy cars. It's in a lot of prototypes. Oh, my display is upside down somehow. All the buttons light up. They can animate. And I built this. I have a video series on building this from a DIY kit, which is kind of fun. Cosworth originally designed the actual real version of this. This is SLS from PCBWay. These are SLS, the carbon fibers from a Chinese company. This is silicone overmolded grips. But yeah, pretty happy with the quality of this. I started out building wheels made out of PLA, so it's like, you know, the memes where I started and where I'm at now. This was one of my first wheel builds. This is like almost all 3D printed, and I threw it on my Logitech G29. I've since parted out a lot of it, but then that's not real carbon fiber, that's a sticker. And then now we're like printing out a lot nicer stuff. I can't afford a real race car, so I like to have a replica of the race car I want to use in iRacing or whatever sim I'm racing in. I lost my driver. Did I drop it? If anybody is interested in that type of sim racing stuff, I have numerous videos on the channel about building your own. There's kits you can buy, you can design it all yourself. You can make a replica of a real life wheel, F1 wheels, Le Mans prototypes. Fun hobby, another place to throw money. What's the name of that channel you have, Phil, on your Discord? Money Sinks. Sim racing is definitely one of those for me. There is a company that makes a pretty much one-to-one Mercedes F1 wheel. Like they actually partner with Mercedes and it's branded Mercedes, not like, you know, legally different. The company is called SimLab. And it's like a $3,000 sim racing steering wheel. Which is kind of nuts for me to think about. Why didn't I put that away? Money pits, yeah. Real cars, virtual cars. Although I will say to like do a real track day, it's like a new set of tires, maybe new brake pads. Bunch of stuff like that is still way more than like building a custom wheel, building a rig, and can basically race every day. You don't get the G-forces. Money Pits, like the really early Tom Hanks movie. I've seen that. That is pretty early. That's like not long after Splash and Joe versus the volcano. Was that? Am I thinking of the right movie? Splash was him, right? Oop. Here we go, fighting T-Nuts again. That one went down pretty fast. I don't game enough to go down that rabbit hole. That's probably good. You're already doing real car building stuff. 3D printing. I'm sure you've got some other hobbies. I like doing custom custom PC builds. That's becoming an ever more expensive hobby. It's like I remember you could do like $1,000 PC build and get a lot more performance than you would out of a console, and now it's like 32 gigs of RAMs, $1,000. I raced go-karts and was offered a scholarship for an engineering degree by Austin Rover just before we immigrated to Australia. In another life, I would have been designing Land Rovers. That's cool. I take it that was in England or the UK. I don't think I realized that you were not originally from Australia. At what age did you leave? I guess karting age. Come on, Hammerhead T-Nut. Thank you. Yeah, with Daryl Hannah. I'm not sure I have enough of these corner pieces. I have 2. I'll put on the bottom. My problem with sim racing gear is that it's kind of like a printer. I see something cool and I not only want to have one, I kind of want to make one. Have you ever had that urge, like you see a really cool, even commercially made product and you're like, ooh, I want to know how that works and how to make it, and not buy it from the company who already spent all the R&D figuring out how to do all that stuff. I want to do it myself. Where's my VHB tape? Bill is one of our better imports. Have you guys heard of a PC gaming hardware company called Tweaktown that's based in Australia? Long shot. I don't think they're huge. But I used to shoot video for Tweaktown when they would do events in the United States, and they're based in Australia. Never heard of them. Their names Cam and Anthony. I just stabbed myself with my tweezers in my toe. Love having very sharp tweezers until I don't. That's not very well aligned. All right, we're starting to get a little sleepy, folks. I can feel it. Give me to put something into the printer.tfg file. I need one more of these clips. I thought I prepared the exact number I needed, but I seem to be one off. Wait, nope, that's not one. Looks like they concentrate on overseas sales rather than local based in their website. Yeah, a lot of the companies they dealt with, well, there was they were able to kind of benefit from being in the Oceania region because there wasn't a huge amount of competition for English speaking media in Oceania, but then they also had a lot of US and European contacts as well, so they kind of benefited. They tried to play both sides of the ocean, I guess, if that makes sense. When it benefited them, they talked to the Asia Oceania reps, and when it benefited them, they talked to the US international reps. From what I recall, it's also been since like 2016 since I worked with them, so. But, you know, it's very expensive for them to send people to the United States to cover trade shows and stuff. So they would hire people who were locally based to go for them and meet up, you know, with one or two guys they could send. All right, I guess I need to use this guy. You can see how messy everything's gotten over here. We don't have big stores like Best Buy, etc. I have been up since 11 a.m. Eastern time. What time did I wake up this morning? And I didn't have a nap today. Sometimes around 2, I like to take a half an hour nap if I can. Makes the rest of the day feel not so terrible. We have smaller retail chains of computer hardware stores. A big chunk of our PC market is DIY PC builds. Off-the-shelf PCs is pretty niche. Yeah, I got into PCs with off-the-shelf stuff, and then got into PC building later. Okay, I can see why I didn't use this one. There's something sort of on there. It's not allowing the VHP to stick, so I'm gonna have to like replace this eventually. So to make sure the magnet's aligned, I just do this. So I already have them pressed into that piece. So I'd stick them on there. Place this guy. Press fit them as best as I could, and then take my clamp, because I'm a clamp champ. And squeeze them together. And I have to take the old panel clip off. Okay. Then in Australia, people who want off the shelf usually get a laptop. It's interesting, Australia and Oceania is so close to the source for all the electronics. So this is not the right order of operations. This has to come from the inside. This little filter Gorilla Bob. And I'm supposed to put VHB on this. I might put foam tape on it. I don't want to put VHB on it because I don't imagine I'm going to want to keep it on there for too long. Even if I don't want to reprint it, I think I'm just going to print something else to go there that just has a Bowden inlet. I've seen numerous alternatives. I don't see a lot of people who seem to like to use this filter. Why you fall down there? So this should fit into here. That's rather loosey-goosey. Screws breakdancing. Then we get this piece. Oh, okay, so that fills in sort of the gap. I don't know what the correct order of operations for this is. It's a little bit... This feels like V0-ish. Just how finicky. I mean, you're probably supposed to do it when it's vertical, but my next PC will be a desktop. Not sure if I want to do a store-bought or DIY yet. Currently have a decent laptop. We may be close, but they still know how to charge for electronics. Yeah. I mean, plus the buying power of the Australian dollar isn't great, is my understanding. And everything gets marked up, as Phil has noted. I guess I'm gonna have to turn this vertical. Well, How many times can Brian pick the wrong driver? Yes. Anyone watch the first episodes of the new Green Lantern show? I've heard it's pretty good. Aussie dollar is a lot stronger since someone decided to make trouble for a little bit of water in the Middle East. Yeah, I bet. All right, but that's what that would look like if you want to do it and you want to keep it. You would also mount a fan here, so one of those. And then you would have to figure out how to run it. I'm not sure where the cable for this would go. And I think there's technically a fan cover for it as well. And oh yeah, you can unscrew this and put a little filter in there that comes in the kit. Lanterns is streaming on HBO Max. Are they still calling it HBO Max? I don't know, maybe I'll put the filter in there. They've changed the name of the HBO streaming service like 9 times. I don't have HBO Max currently. I kind of cut down my streaming services when I wasn't watching anything. To do the bottom first, squish it, and it shouldn't get high enough to interfere with the PTFE tube. I haven't gotten to watch Reacher yet. I didn't get into Reacher. Is that on Amazon? This is too... yeah, this is not the right inner diameter. And I would have had a very rough Bowden tube run. I took that fan off the back of my 2.4 and designed a blank plate to fill the chamber tips. Yeah. But did you keep this little backpacky part on it? So this will go in. Meet up with this guy. Needs to be able to get to the far corners of the printer and all the way to the back. That's what I'm worried about. You guys see that when it gets like here? Oh, did I turn off the live chat? I did. But if I make it long enough to be able to reach all the way over here, take some of that slack out. When it gets to this back corner, it's like that Bowden tube has to have somewhere to go. And it's a little kind of wild and out of control. Put the top panel back on. Wait. That magnet's stronger than I would guess. What do you guys think? There's a good chance I'm gonna get rid of this filament runout sensor. Yeah, the backpack is there, but it's just nothing otherwise. But you leave a big hole. Well, somebody made kind of a modified version of that grill that just has a Bowden coupler. I was thinking about doing something like that. Does this look too long? Like it gets a little taut there. And there. But then in the back, it... I kind of want to couple it here. And then we need to figure out what we want to do to get it over to the filament, the spool holder. That slot where you fit your Vivid bucket or cloak fan is redundant now. I've seen that but didn't bother in case I decided to change back for whatever reason. CPAP fan. So where's our spool of filament? If I put that back on, should we just go directly over to the spool like this? And not bother with that loop? And where's that one little part? This part? Because they have this little guide. I mean, I guess I could still use the guide, but we don't want too extreme of a bend, right? If I may, on the Bowden tube and umbilical, I also went with the Voron Trident kit setup with a cable chain from the back corner to the tool head. I do have the Z cable chain that I didn't use because I did this like Z umbilical thing with this little shield. So I kind of copied it from some of the 2.4 designs that got rid of their cable chain. Not really necessary for this build, but so I do have a cable chain I could do there. I think, isn't there something in Steve's R2 design for the Trident that utilizes maybe a chain like a lot of the commercial printers do? Do you guys think I should make use of this little thing at all? It would be... Again, this is kind of how they seem to suggest it work. Where's my T-nut? I have a whole bin full of T-nuts, but I was trying to use just the T-nuts that came in the kit. It could be close. Definitely try not to lose any hammerhead T-nuts. I've done a lot of mods that have used the T-nuts. But if anybody's looking at this as a little bit of a guide, I would monitor the numbers of those closely. Check, check, mic check. The mic did in fact die. Or the receiver died. I was asking, what do you guys think about the radius here? I can see what Mad Dog was saying. If I side mount it, then it can kind of loop into this relatively gently. I was just worried about the radius of this bend being a little tight. It's kind of hard already to pass filament through the filament runout sensor. I might need to ream that out a little bit if I want to keep it. I probably won't keep it, but I just want to kind of run it for a little bit to let people know. Some of its merits. Right, drop the spool lower. Point at the bracket vertically. Okay. It was kind of up high in the CAD. That's the only reason I had it up this high. I just want to get this closed up enough that I can maybe do some ABS prints later. I have no audio, just music. I'll check your photo. Let's try about mid printer. I mean, I can cut this bowden tube if it helps whatsoever. I run a box turtle on your Trident and have an aux spool holder mounted to it. Point the bracket vertically on the side. Something like this. I don't know if you can see it. So spool kind of mid printer. I can cut it like right here so it feeds directly into it, and then just have a little bit of a loop. And let me check your picture. Nope, wrong purple app. Okay, so that's how I had it, Mad Dog. But you're running it out somewhere. I mean, I guess it's not too crucial. I can try a couple different setups. I've got more bowden tube, so if I cut it a little too short. Let's see what it's like to run filament up to the tool head. I have a feeling it's going to run into a little bit of trouble at the runout sensor that FORMBOT provides. Oh, they got through. That's not too bad. It's gonna be close in terms of depth. Where's my long ruler? Here it is. These shelves are 2 feet or about 65 centimeters deep. I mean, that should fit. The filament's coming out of the S4. Okay. Makes sense. Gotcha. I wanted to get the Bowden tube set up before I ran the E-steps because in previous times I've changed the Bowden setup a little bit and it's changed the E-steps results, so. Is that going to be a good view for printing? Having to reach around to get this oil, the spool on and off will suck, yeah. But I have small printers next to it that I can just move. I'll have to do some arranging in situ and see what I like and how bad certain things suck. I'm gonna mount the Nevermore down here in the bottom right. I'm not gonna mount it under the bed unless you guys think mounting it under bed, the bed provides a huge convection benefit. We are enclosed fully. I think we'll run E-steps calibration. I will tune the belts and get a print started for the night. If you can't get all around the printer, then I would put it on the side, especially if it's hard to get to the back. I just have to make sure I have enough clearance. It's almost like I have a top hat. I have Nevermore in the bottom and 2 bed fans, and the fume pack on the back to help heat the chamber. Lots of progress today, yeah. Oh, that's the holder for something else. The homing speeds and move speeds in general seem fairly low. Lots of reflections. I need a polarizing filter for my action camera. Set the temp for 225 for PLA. Thanks everybody for hanging out for so long. Might as well heat the bed up to 50. Looks awesome. You don't mind the color scheme? I'm liking it. I was a little worried it would be a little garish with such a standout, you know, color scheme, but I'm trying to use the yellow a little sparingly. There are options where the filament exits out of the side of the rear filter. 90-degree guides are also used to prevent the PTFE from kinking. Looks like U of M. So funny enough, my family's from Detroit, and then 4 of them ended up moving to Columbus. Which is where, of course, Ohio State is. And my uncle worked for the Ohio State Hospital and would get Employee of the Year many years in a row. And they'd give him free tickets to the game, the Ohio-Michigan game. And he'd sit in the Ohio section with his Michigan stuff on. Eventually they asked him, like, they didn't want him to sell the tickets, but eventually they were like, yeah, if you want to go ahead and sell those, we don't mind. Let's extrude some filament. I do have the higher wattage heater core on the Revo. Get like a hood. I mean, I'm putting PLA. Take the doors off, technically. Look, it's sticking to the nozzle. Why you do this? That machine turned out great. Congratulations. Thank you. Still have a couple little mods to do. I put, let's see if I turn on those 2 LEDs I put in, what it kind of does to chamber lighting. Now that brightens it up, makes it a little easier to see in there. With 4, it should be like the power of the sun. But I think it kills a little bit of the glare when the LEDs are on. Oh, that's not even the white channel on either. Oh, wow. The white channel really... The power of RGBW. Did I try to set up the Nomi real quick? I would need my phone, which I have definitely lost. What else is on my list that would be good to get done? Belt tuning. They felt okay by hand. Let me recalibrate this guy. It should be 1.9. Oh. Well, that's definitely not 1.9. Oh, is it because it's flipped? There we go. Turn it the right way. Okay. Get the camera out there a little bit. Should the Trident belt be at about 1.9 with the gantry in the middle of the Y? That's looking pretty decent. Erp. That's pretty close too. That's like right on 2. Dang it, Bobby. Alright. It's gonna be hard to get this so you guys can see. Oh, there's my phone. It's on the Lazy Susan. Planning right at 2. Mine are about 2.1, but mine also have the R2 points. I'll leave it at 2. Seems decent. They're even. It's coming out like right at 2.0 for both. And I'm just going to be doing calibration prints. I'll probably have to, you know, try not to touch the bed. Probably gonna have to fine tune a lot of stuff once I get to doing, you know, deep calibration. See, I think I have to connect to the Nomi Wi-Fi network. I'll do that on my phone. Or do I need to find the IP address for it and connect to that IP address? Devices. You can connect to the Nomi from anything. We worked hard on capturing the portal, being really responsive. Also run new printers for about 50 hours or so, then to check the belts and input shaper. Yeah. That sounds like pretty sound advice. It says my network is offline, but that can't be right. There we go. Sort by IP address. Nomi 2 is 168. Nope, that's the wrong one. Oh yeah, it's not going to be on the network yet because I haven't configured it. What does it say to do on that screen? Hola! Please use wireless network and connect to Nomi. Now you know me. Oh, BTT Nomi is what it actually shows up as. It will be offline temporarily while you're connected to Nomi. Okay. It's called BTT Nomi. But the screen says just Nomi with no BTT. I'm doing this on my phone. Off the bed, Nemesis. Thanks for hopping in the stream. Good chats. Very interesting hearing about some of the your work and other stuff. I guess I should put it on a different view so it's not just staring at the top of a printer. All right. To 11. Let's try that. Nope. I have many Nomis on my network. I wonder if I can rename it. So I know which is which at a glance. There goes the monitors again. So I have two Nomis on my printers over on the other side of the room, and those are showing up. This new Nomi that I just connected to, I do not see. Host name. See if that helped. By IP address, please. I'm still not seeing it. Do I have a Wi-Fi on my desktop? No. I can plug in a Wi-Fi adapter to my desktop. I just have to make sure I don't show you guys my password. Light shining right in my eyes. Okay, so my hardwired connection should still keep the stream going. Getting blinky from this light being right in my eyes. Can you not get the IP address off the machine screen? Yes. Well, actually, I have the screen unplugged right now because I was flipping it over. But to set up the Nomi, you have to connect to it. And then go to its configuration screen is what I'm trying to do. And I was doing it on my phone. It didn't automatically open a browser when I connected to it with my desktop. The gateway. Not showing one. Phil, after I connect to the Nomi on my desktop via Wi-Fi, how can I get to its configuration page? Nomi.local, suggested by Google. I have 3 Nomis. But I also have a hardwired connection is the thing on my desktop. But I'm using the wired Wi-Fi connection to connect to the Nomi. I was just trying to do it on my desktop so I could show what was happening without showing everything on my phone. Maybe I can type in. I just have to do it on my phone. You have to do IP config requests and all sorts of stuff to get that. Gotcha. Yeah, I had done IP. It might be something I figure out off stream and just go over the steps on stream. I put in my Wi-Fi address in the Nomi configuration screen. And it seems to not get to my network. I changed the host name. I see Nomi 2. Third Nomi. Our last test sample. Gotcha. Yeah, it's definitely not the biggest of deals. So it has my machine IP address in there. It's showing 2 SSIDs. I click one, put in my Wi-Fi password. And click connect. Kind of nothing. Does it have to be a certain frequency network? Maybe 2.4 or... Restart. It kicked me off the network when I restarted. I just wish I could show. I need to move all my printer gear to a new VLAN, running out of IPs. That's a problem a tech head would have. Know me too. 237. Tis a lot. Yeah, I don't get it. That's just showing up as no name device. Come on. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to work on this offline if this last attempt doesn't work. Still showing the startup screen. Now I can't connect to it either. After I restarted it. No, now it connected to it. Okay, it saved the host name. This is something Mellify Halo got right. They pinned the last 3 characters of the serial number to the host name, make it all pain free. And you can set the details from the screen itself. Like, isn't the Nomi 2 touchscreen? So I have the host name updated. I restarted it. Pop back in. Enter my Wi-Fi credentials. Do I need to restart after I enter my Wi-Fi credentials? Connect. Also don't have the instructions up, so I might be missing a step. No, me too. Set up. I don't see where they show. Connecting to it. Two might have different docks. Is this a Nomi or a Nomi 2? I think this is a Nomi 2. Your browser will automatically open up. Yeah, it's never showing status connected. It sees my Wi-Fi network. I tell it to connect. Yeah, it's just not getting a successful connection for whatever reason. Alrighty. I think that is where we're going to call it for today. Pretty successful stream. We have a working enclosed Trident. Is there any spaces or special characters? No. And my Wi-Fi password? No. And I have 2 Nomis already connected to the network. You know, that's the funky thing that's throwing me off. But the host name has changed. It's now Nomi 3 on this Nomi. But it's not connecting to the Wi-Fi for some reason. So I'll have to troubleshoot offline and I'll report back. They've got some steps to kind of reset the Nomi, so maybe I'll do that. I definitely haven't used this one on any other device yet, but maybe a reset will help. But yeah, thanks to everybody who hopped into the stream. Thanks, Filth, Down Under Maker. Anybody else still in here? Mad Dog Jeff. Nemesis logged off. P Ramirez, if you're still here. I think P Ramirez might be the guy who told me about the Y in-stop mounts. So thanks for helping me find that. But everybody who stopped in today, yeah, I'm pretty happy with the looks of the printer. Only funky issues I ran into was trying to do the foam and having some of it come off, and then as I tried to pick it off, destroying the foam. So we're just gonna leave it and see how much it irks me. I need to figure out how I want to get it, you know, in situ on the shelf, but we're gonna have it here on the workbench for, you know, at least a couple more days as I do a couple initial prints, do some tuning. I'm probably gonna do one more stream where I get like all of the LEDs set up, do some more cable sleeving, get the Nevermore, and then I'm going to try to get it working, printing ABS so that I can get the last parts of the skirts done. But yeah. KK, do the reset and try from an iPad or something similar. Okay. Great stream. Got heaps done. Thanks. Had a ball. See you and Phil and chat. Have a good one. Yeah, my sentiment exactly. I don't know what I'll be streaming next. I'll do some dry fitting, a little bit of tuning. We'll probably like start printing a Voron cube on stream and watch it and talk and figure some other stuff out. But yeah, thanks again to everybody. I will see you in the next one. See you later.